get agents, build agents, always building agents, I might actually do it. c'est pas grave, man. tripping? One of the fascinating things about Bitcoin, and sorry to romanticize certain notions, but Satoshi Nakamoto, that the founder is anonymous. Maybe you can speak to whether that's useful, but also I just like the psychology of that, to imagine that there's a human being that was able to create something special and walk away. So first, are you Satoshi Nakamoto?
I'm certain I'm not.
Um,
No, I think the provenance is really important. And if I were to look at the highlighted points, I think having a founder that was anonymous or pseudonymous is important. I think the founder disappearing is also important. I think that the fact that the Satoshi coins never moved is also important. I think the lack of an initial coin offering is also important. I think the lack of a corporate sponsor is important. I think the fact that it traded for 15 months with no commercial value was also important. I think that the simplicity of the protocol is very important. I think that the outcome of the block size wars is very important. And all of those things add up to common property. They're all indicators of a digital property as opposed to security. If there was a Satoshi sitting on top of $50 billion worth of Bitcoin, I don't think it would cripple Bitcoin as property, but I think it would undermine its digital property. And if I wanted to undermine a crypto asset network, I would do the opposite of all those things. I would launch one myself. I would sell 25% or 50% of the general public. I would keep some of the initial, I would pre-mine some stuff or early mine it, and I would keep an influence on it. Those are all the opposite of what you would do in order to create common property. And so I see the entire story as Satoshi giving a gift of digital property to the human race and disappearing.
do you think it was one person? Do you have ideas of who it could be?
I don't care to speculate.
But do you think it was one person? Like
it was one person, maybe in conjunction with a bunch of others. I mean, it might have been a group of people that were working together, but certainly there's a Satoshi.
I mean, it's just so fascinating to me that one person could be so brave and thoughtful. Or do you think a lot of it is accident, like the block size wars, the decision to make a block a certain size? All the things you mentioned led up to the characteristics that make Bitcoin property. Do you think that's an accident, or it was deeply thought through? Like, how does this is almost like a history of science question?
People tried it they tried 40 of them, right? I mean, I think there's a history of attempting to create something like this, and it was tried many times, and they failed for different reasons. And I think that it's like Prometheus tried to start a fire 47 times, and maybe the 48th time it sparked. And that's how I see this. This is the first one that sparked, and it sets a roadmap for us. And I think if you're looking for any one word to characterize, it's fair. Right? The whole point of the network is it's a fair launch, a fair distribution. Like, yeah, I have Bitcoin, but I bought it. In fact, at this point, we've paid $4 billion of real cash to buy it. If I was sitting on the same position and I had it for free, then there's always this question of, did I pay, or I bought it for a nickel a coin or a penny a coin. The question is, was it fair? And that's a very hard question to answer, right? Did you acquire the Bitcoin that you own fairly? And if you roll the clock back, you could have bought it for a nickel or a dime, but that was when it was a million times more likely to fail. Right? When the risk was greater, the cost was lower. And then over time, the risk became lower and the cost became greater. And the real critical thing was to allow the marketplace, absent any powerful interested actor. Right? It's almost like if Satoshi had held 1 million coins and then stayed engaged for 10 more years, tweaking things in the background, there'd still be that question. But what we've got is really a beautiful thing. We've got a we've got a chain reaction in cyberspace, or an ideology spreading virally in the world that that has seasoned in a fair, ethical fashion. Sometimes it's a very violent, brutal fashion with all the volatility, right? And there's been a lot of sound and fury along the way. The layer one is the property settlement layer, and we're going to do 350,000 transactions or less a day. 100 million transactions a year is the bandwidth on the layer one, and it would be an ideal layer one to move $1 billion from point A to point B with massive security. The role of the layer one is two things. One thing is, I want to move a large sum of money through space with security. I can move any amount of Bitcoin in a matter of minutes for dollars on layer one. The second important feature of the layer one is I need the money to last forever, right? I need the money indestructible, immortal. So the bigger trick is not to move $1 billion from here to Tokyo. The big trick is to move $1 billion from here to the year 2140. And that's what we want to solve with layer one. And the best real metaphor in New York City would be the granite or the schist. What you want is a city block of bedrock. And how long has it been there? Like millions of years it's been there. And how fast do you want it to move? You don't. In fact, the single thing that's most important is that it not deflect. If it deflects a foot in 100 years, it's too much. If it deflects an inch in 100 years, you might not want that. So the layer one of Bitcoin is a foundation upon which you put weight. How much weight can you put on it? You put 1 trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, a quadrillion? How much weight's on the bedrock in Manhattan, right? Think about 100-story buildings. So the real key there is the foundational asset needs to be there at all. So the fact that you can create $100 trillion layer one that would stand for 100 years, that is the revolutionary breakthrough, first time. And the fact that it's ethical, right? It's ethical and it's common property, global, permissionless. Extremely unlikely that would happen. People tried 50 times before and they all failed. They tried 15,000 times after, and they've all generally failed. 98% have failed, and a couple have been less successful. But for the most part, that's an extraordinary thing. Now,
just really quickly pause just to define some terms. If people don't know, layer one is that Michael's referring to is in general what people know of as the Bitcoin technology originally defined, which is the blockchain. There's a consensus mechanism of proof of work, low number of transactions, but you can move a very large amount of money. The reason he's using the term layer one is now that there's a lot of ideas of layer two technologies that built on top of this bedrock that allow you to move a much larger number of transactions. Um, so sort of higher frequency. I don't know what terminology I want to use, but basically be able to use now something that is based on Bitcoin to then buy stuff, be a consumer, to transfer money, to use it as currency. Just to define some terms.
Yeah. So the layer one is the foundation for the entire cyber economy. And we don't want it to move fast. What we want is immortality, immortal, incorruptible, indestructible. Right? That's what you want, integrity from the layer one. Now there's layer two and layer three, and layer two I would define as an open, permissionless, non-custodial protocol that uses the underlying layer one token as its gas fee.
So what's custodial mean, and how does the different markets, like is Lightning Network?
So Lightning Network would be an example of a layer 2, non-custodial. So the Lightning Network will sit on top of layer 1. It'll sit on top of Bitcoin, and it solves what you want to do is solve the problem of, it's well and fine, I don't want to move $1 billion every day. What I want to move is $5 1 billion times a day. So if I want to move $5 1 billion times a day, I don't really need to put the entire $1 trillion of assets at risk every time I move $5. All I really need to do is put $100,000 in a channel or $1 million in a channel, and then I do 10 million transactions where I have $1 million at risk. And of course, it's kind of simple. If I lower my security requirement by a factor of 1 million, I could probably move the stuff 1 million times faster, right? And that's how Lightning works. It's non-custodial because there's no corporation or custodian or counterparty you're trusting, right? There's the risk of moving through the channel, but Lightning is an example of how I go from 350,000 transactions a day to 350 million transactions a day. So on that layer 2, you could move the Bitcoin in seconds for fractions of pennies. Mm-hmm. Now, that's not the end all be all, because the truth is there are a lot of open protocols. Lightning probably won't be the only one. There's an open market competition of other permissionless open source protocols to do this work. And in theory, any other crypto network that was deemed to be property, deemed to be non-security, you could also think of as potentially a layer 2 to Bitcoin, right? There's a debate about, are there any and what are they, and we could leave that for a later time.
But why do you think of them as layer 2 as opposed to contending for layer 1?
Yeah, actually, if they're using their own token, mm-hmm, then they are a layer 1. If you create an open protocol that uses the Bitcoin token as the fee, then it becomes a layer 2.
Okay.
Right? Bitcoin itself, right, incentivizes its own transactions with its own token, and that's what makes it layer 1.
Okay, what's layer 3 then?
Layer 3 is a custodial layer. So if you want to move Bitcoin in milliseconds for free, you move it through Binance or Coinbase or Cash App. So this is a very straightforward thing. I mean, it seems pretty obvious when you think about it that there are going to be hundreds of thousands of layer 3s. There may be dozens of layer 2s. Lightning is A1, but it's not the only one. Anybody can invent something, right? And we can have this debate about custodial, non-custodial.
Don't you think there's a monopolization possibilities at layer 3? So, you mentioned Binance, Coinbase. What if they start to dominate and basically everybody's using them, practically speaking, and then it becomes too costly to memorize the private key in your brain? I mean, or like the cold storage of layer 1 technology.
The idealists fear the layer 3s because they think, and especially they would detest it a bit. There's almost like a layer 4, by the way, if you want to. A layer 4 would be, I've got Bitcoin on an application, but I can't withdraw it. So I've got an application that's backed by Bitcoin, but the Bitcoin is sealed. It's a proprietary example. And that would be like Grayscale. If I own a share of GBTC, mm-hmm, and so I own a security, actually, you could own MSTR. Mm-hmm. If you own a security or you own a product that has Bitcoin embedded in it, you get the benefits of Bitcoin, but you don't have the ability to withdraw the asset.
So you can have the security market at layer 4. Am I understanding this correctly?
I don't know if I would say, not all securities are layer 4, but anything that's a proprietary product based upon with Bitcoin embedded in it, where you can't withdraw the Bitcoin, is another application of Bitcoin.
Mhm.
So if you think about different ways you can use this, you can either stay completely on the layer one and use the base chain for your transactions, or you can limit yourself to layer one and layer two lightning. And the purist would say we stay there,
Yeah.
get your Bitcoin off the exchange. But you could also go to the layer three. When Cash App supported Bitcoin, they made it very easy to buy it, and then they gave you the ability to withdraw. When PayPal, or I think Robinhood, let you buy it, they wouldn't let you withdraw it, and there was a big community uproar. And people want these layer threes to make it possible to withdraw the Bitcoin, so you can take it to your own private wallet and get it off the exchange. I think the answer to the question of, well, is corruption possible, is corruption is possible in all human institutions and all governments everywhere. The difference between digital property and physical property is when you own a building in Los Angeles and the city politics turn against you, you can't move the building.
Yeah.
And when you own a share of a security that's like a US traded security and you wish to move to some other country, you can't take the security with you either. And when you own a bunch of gold and you try to get through the airport, they might not let you take it. So Bitcoin is advantageous versus all those because you actually do have the option to withdraw your asset from the exchange. And if you had Bitcoin with Fidelity and you had shares of stock with Fidelity, and if you had bonds and sovereign debt with Fidelity, and if you own some mutual funds and some other random limited partnerships with Fidelity, none of those things can be removed from the custodian. But the Bitcoin you can take off the exchange, you can remove from the custodian. So
it's still possible.
There's a deterrent. There's a deterrent. Yes. That's an anti-corrupting element. And the phrase is, an armed society is a polite society, right? Because you have the optionality to withdraw all your assets from the crypto exchange, you can enforce fairness. And at the point where you disagree with their policies, you can, within an hour, move your assets to another counterparty or take personal custody of those assets. And you don't have that option with most other forms of property. Maybe you don't have as much optionality with any other form of property on earth. And so what makes digital property distinct is the fact that it has the most optionality for custody. Now, coming back to this digital energy issue, the real key point is the energy moves in milliseconds for free on layer threes. It moves in seconds or less than seconds on layer twos. It moves in minutes on the layer one. And I don't think it makes any sense to even think about trying to solve all three problems on the layer one, because it's impossible to achieve the security and the incorruptibility and immortality if you try to build that much speed and that functionality and performance. In fact, if you come back to the New York model, you really wanted a block of granite, a building, and a company. That's what makes the economy, right? If I said to you, you're going to build a building, but you can only have one company in it for the life of the building, it would be very fragile, like very brittle. What company 100 years ago is still relevant today? You want all three layers because they all oscillate at different frequencies. And there's a tendency to think, well, it's got to be this L1 or that L1. Not really. And sometimes people think, well, I don't really want any L3. But companies, it's not an either or. Companies are better than crypto asset networks at certain things. If you want complexity, you want to implement complexity, or you want to implement compliance or customer service, right? Companies do these things well, right? We know you couldn't decentralize Apple or Netflix or even YouTube. The performance wouldn't be there and the subtlety wouldn't be there. And you can't really legally decentralize certain forms of banking and insurance because they would become illegal in the political jurisdiction they're in. So unless you're a crypto anarchist and you believe in no companies and no nation states, right? which is just not very practical, not anytime soon. Once you allow that nation states will continue and companies have a role, then the layered architecture follows, and the free market determines who wins. For example, there are layer threes that that's let you acquire Bitcoin and withdraw Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. There are other applications that let you acquire it but not withdraw it, and they don't get the same market share, but they might give you some other advantage. There are certain layer threes like Jack Dorsey's Cash App where they just incorporated Lightning, mm-hmm, an implementation of it. So into Cash App. So that makes it advantageous versus an application that doesn't incorporate Lightning. If you think about the big picture is 8 billion people with mobile phones served by 100 million companies doing billions of transactions an hour. And the companies are settling with each other on the base layer in blocks of 80 million at a time. And then the companies are trading with the consumers, right, in proprietary layers like layer 3. And then on occasion, people are shuffling assets across custodians with Lightning layer 2 because you don't want to pay $5 to move $50. You want to pay a 20th of a penny to move $50. And so all of these things create efficiency in the economy. And Lex, if you want to consider how much efficiency, if you gave me $1 billion in 20 years, I couldn't find a way to trade with another company or a counterparty in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. Like no amount of money. You give me $10 billion. I couldn't do it because you get shut down at the banking level. You can't link up a bank in Nigeria with a bank in the US. You get shut down at this credit card level because they don't have the credit cards or they won't clear. You get shut down at the compliance FCPA level because you wouldn't be able to implement a system that interfaced with somebody else's system if it's not in the right political jurisdiction. On the other hand, 3 entrepreneurs in Nigeria on the weekend could create a website that would trade in this Lightning economy using open protocols without asking anybody's permission. So you're talking about something that's like 1 million times cheaper, less friction, and faster to do it if you want to get money to move.
So first of all, first option being diplomacy, and second option being war. So when diplomacy is inadequate and war is a terrible idea, we'll go to the third option. And this third option is about covert action, and it's about assassination. So how much of that does the CIA do?
That is open to debate. We know from the historical record that the CIA was heavily involved in assassination during the Cold War. That's non-negotiable. Even the names of the programs that were assigned to perform assassinations are fascinating and now declassified. Like Eisenhower's, for example, was the Health Alteration Committee.
Well, right? At least they have a sense of humor to this dark topic.
Then the more modern names are targeted killing, right? Executive action, targeted killing, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, drone striking is essentially assassination. And, people jump up and down and say that's not true. Well, I spent quite a long time interviewing the CIA's lead counsel.
Hmm. Hmm. Very interesting. Very.
Do I serve it together? Do I put it in every, okay, stop, time, you know, they're coming down. Here. Get out of here. Stop messing with me, man. What are you?
Poor little cow. Is this a cow or a chicken?
Cow.
Poor little cow. Sorry, ate your whole family today. ¿Cómo está Bobby? ¿No recuerdas? Sexy guy, stripper guy. Mira, el dinero está volando aquí. I don't like artificial lighting. Stupid fucking lighter. I like the aromas.
I can't serve you. It's very hot, guys. Very, very hot. I need to try one. Okay. I don't like Indians. Here. Guys, Connie.
All right, gentlemen. Time to get back into business. All right, gentlemen. It's time to get back into business. Actually, no, let's watch CIA video.
John Rizzo died recently. But Rizzo was very forthcoming with me. Of course, never sharing classified information, but going up to the edge of what can legally be known. Rizzo was thrown under the bus by sort of the general public he was the fall guy for the torture campaign.
Mm-hmm.
The CIA calls it enhanced interrogation. And so Rizzo had this long career. He began working under the Carter administration, right? And was responsible for the torture memos, was responsible for legally making sure the president's ass was covered, and then got thrown under the bus. And so he was very forthcoming, not in a bitter way, but in a very earnest way about a lot of how these programs are made to be legal, because if the president of the United States says they're legal, they're legal. Executive Order 12333, it says we don't assassinate, but it can be overwritten by another order. That's straight out of Rizzo's mouth, right? Also, really important to keep in mind is that the military operates under what's called Title 50. It's part of the National Security Code that gives sort of, rules and etc. how you must behave in a war theater. Well, the CIA is under no such rules. It operates under what's called Title 50. And, it's interesting to me as a reporter, because before I wrote the book and reported openly about Title 50, it was not really discussed. And now you even see operators themselves on podcasts talking about Title 50, which is kind of great, because it's like the cat's out of the bag, guys. That's what it's called. And that's how it works. It means what we say goes.
Can you elaborate on what Title 50? So it basically says assassination is allowed.
It says what the president wants, the president gets, right? And so, the best example is the killing of bin Laden, right? We were not at war with Pakistan. So Title 50 doesn't apply. You can't have a military operation in a country you're not at war with. The lines, my God, now they've really blurred. But even then, they were a little more honored, right? And so what do? Well, Leon Panetta was the CIA director. And you work out a scenario whereby the SEALs, and by the way, it wasn't the SEAL, there was a rotational on that killer capture mission, which is really just a kill mission. SEALs were practicing, Delta was practicing, and Special Activities Division was practicing. They were all practicing at a secret facility in North Carolina, right? And it was just like, they're ready till they get the go order. And it just happened to be the SEALs, okay? So the SEALs operate under Title 10. So they had to get what I call sheep dipped, because that's what the insiders call it, right? And that is a term that comes from, interestingly, Area 51. The U-2 pilots were Air Force pilots. They needed to be sheep dipped over to the CIA so they could do things that defied the law, okay? So you can see how these all entwine, and you become more and more informed, and you go, aha, right? So that's how Title 50 works. So the night of that mission, it was a CIA mission, because the CIA is allowed to go into Pakistan and kill someone, and the military can't.
That's fascinating. So people talk about the Navy SEALs doing it, but it's really, legally speaking, to get the permission to do it within the whole legal framework of the United States, it was the CIA.
And if you look at their uniforms that they were wearing, and now that you know this, you'll see there's no nomenclature on them. There's no, right? So they're just meant to be completely untraceable. Were they to be shot down and captured? It's like, wait, who are these guys? Oh, a bunch of rogue guys. Okay. And this goes back, the origin story of all that is in Vietnam with Mac v. SOG, and these cross-border operations that I chronicle in Surprise, Kill, Vanish, which still amaze me to this day, right? SOG missions, they called it suicide on the ground, because that's what it was. And these guys had no identifiable nothing. They were essentially in pajamas, right? Even their weapons were specially designed by the CIA to have no serial numbers, no nothing. So if they were captured and they became POWs, I don't know who these guys are.
What do you think, and how much do they think at the highest levels of power about the ethics of assassination and about the role of that in geopolitics and military operations? Like, to you, maybe also, does assassination make sense as a good methodology of war?
Again, I try to remain agnostic on the policy part of it and just report the operator's perspective, right? Because this is what people do, and this is what people are asked to do. And it depends on the individual. Billy Waugh went on a lot of those missions. The saying is like, oh, Billy Waugh, he killed more people than cancer, right? Did Billy Waugh ever tell me about direct assassinations? No, because they're all classified, right? Did he tell me about some failed ones? Yes, I'll give you an example. It's really interesting. He would show me these PowerPoints that were just fantastic. You know, late in his life, he was constantly being asked to go up to Fort Bragg and lecture to the young soldiers. Everybody loved him, you know, and he would drive all night to get there, and he would create these PowerPoints, and then he would show me the PowerPoints, and he would all unclassified. But at one point, when Hugo Chavez was in power, Billy Waugh was kind of asked, that's how it works, of like, if you had to think about doing something, what would it look like? Let's just say hypothetically. So he took me through this PowerPoint that never happened, whereby he and a group of operators, agency operators, were going to halo jump in to the palace and grab Chavez and probably kill him because he wouldn't allow himself to be captured. And you know what Billy, and by the way, halo jumping, for those of listeners who don't know, high altitude, low opening, right? So you jump out of an aircraft and you go down like a pencil until you're really low to the deck, like 1,000 feet. You pull your parachute cord, and that way you're not picked up on radar. And you're also not traceable when you get to the ground because it's so fast. Billy Waugh took the second halo jump in history into a war theater in Laos during the Vietnam War, right? So he's like this famous halo jumper, right? So he and the team were going to go in, grab Chavez, and he said to me a very interesting thing that was kind of a one moment in time where I saw a different side of Billy Waugh, where he said, "I'm so glad we didn't do that, even though I really wanted to at the time." Because can you imagine that country's problems where it is now? Can you imagine how we would have been blamed?
Mm.
And it was an interesting, rare moment for Billy Waugh to comment on the bigger picture that you're asking me about, right?
Yeah.
I think pretty much the operators I know, they just stick to the mission.
So on the technical difficulty of those missions, just your big sense, how hard is it to assassinate a target on the soil of that nation?
I suppose that just depends, right? All right, here's another insightful thing Billy Waugh said to me, and I'm answering the question around because I don't know. Because again, you know, I never had anyone say to me, here's how it went down, right? Because you can't. That would be, first of all, those are classified. So I'm never going to receive classified information. I did hear a lot about reconnaissance missions when people would be in charge of, you have to be able to what's called make book on the target before, right? And making book on the target means photographing them to really, then that gets run up the chain of command to make sure this is really Imad Mugnia we're about to kill, right? But I once asked Billy when I was trying to get the question, you know, and he wouldn't answer it. And I said, so there's another person in my book named Rick Prado, who's also like a legendary agency guy. And so, you know, he's like 20 years younger than Billy. And I said, Billy, if you and Rick had to kill each other, like who would win? Right? I was trying to imagine this like hypothetical, like how would that work? Who would win? Right? And I posed the question to each of them.
Yeah.
Right. And of course, each of them said me. Right. But Billy, then I went back to them and Billy said, let me tell you how I would win. Okay. Right. And he said, I'd cheat. I'd show up before the duel and I'd kill him.
Yeah. That's such a like you know, I have a lot of friends who were Navy SEALs. It's such a guy conversation.
Well, you would be amazed at what the women do. Let me just tell you that. Women are part of the Special Activities Division. A big part of it.
Can you comment on that?
I can. Women can get a hell of a lot closer to a target. And I mean that literally.
The special operations, do you mean, is this part of the CIA?
The Special Activities Division,
Special
now
Activities.
it's called the Special Activities Center. But originally that's the umbrella agency that has the different paramilitary organizations under it, right? So the most lethal one is Ground Branch. And that's what I reported on in Surprise Kill Vanish. And its origins go way back to the Guerrilla Warfare Corps that was started in 1947 for the president.
So women are also a part of the alleged assassination,
Absolutely.
and you're saying they can at times be more effective. I'm just going to leave that
Yeah.
pause there. The reason I ask of how difficult the assassinations are, with bin Laden, it took a long time.
Mhm.
So I guess the reconnaissance, the intelligence for finding the target, I imagine with Mossad, maybe the CIA now, the leadership of Hamas, the military branch of Hamas, is much wanted
Mhm.
from an assassination perspective. So to me, as an outside observer, it seems like it's more difficult than you would imagine.
Mhm. Mhm.
But perhaps that's the intelligence aspect of
Yeah.
it, not the actual assassination of locating the person.
Well, I think it's because mostly, from what I understand, it's a really dirty game, and people are covering for people, right? And I'll give you the example of Billy Waugh and Imad Mugnia, if I may, right?
Mhm.
So Imad Mugnia was the most wanted terrorist in the world before Bin Laden. Hezbollah's chief of operations, and he was wanted by Mossad's chief of operations, and he was wanted by Mossad on down. But no one could find him. He was missing for 20 years. There wasn't even a photograph of him.
Mm.
And then he resurfaced. And of all places, he resurfaced in Saudi Arabia. Okay. So what? That's when I say it's a dirty game, right? Hezbollah, Iran, enemies with Saudi Arabia. Why on earth was Imad Mugnia in Saudi Arabia? Well, that's where he was. There was a Navy SEAL who was doing reconnaissance on him. This is according to Billy Waugh. And this is around 2005. So Billy's in his 80s at this point, right? Late 70s, 80s. And he gets word that the SEAL who's been tracking Mugnia to get photographs of him, to give the photographs to Mossad and CIA so they can do a joint operation to kill him, which they did with a car bomb in Damascus. That's the end of the story, right? But how we got there was the CIA needed confirmation. You can't kill the wrong person. So the SEAL panicked, according to Billy Waugh, and was just like, I'm out of here. This is too dangerous. And I do not want to wind up in a Saudi prison. So who do you send in? Billy Waugh, right? He shows up. He's there for 24 hours. He knows where Mugnia lives from the SEAL. He positions himself in a cafe across the street, which is run by Sudanese men. And of course, Waugh speaks some Sudanese because he operated in Sudan, right? And he's shooting the shit with him by his own words. He had the most foul mouth. It was just absolutely delightful to listen to. And then in between him and Mugnia's house is a dumpster.
Mhm.
And Billy Waugh, being Billy Waugh, who will go to any lengths to do the job, decides to conduct reconnaissance from inside the dumpster.
Mhm.
And that is where he is when he takes the
Wow.
picture of Imad Mugnia living so comfortably in Saudi
Mhm.
that Mugnia according to Billy, came out of his apartment building with dry cleaner plastic bag hangers over his shoulder. That's how comfortable he lived there.
Mhm.
It was his neighborhood.
Mhm.
Click, click, click. Billy Waugh takes the photographs, runs them to the CIA headquarters in Saudi at the embassy. Oh my God, it's Mugnia. Get the hell out of here. He gets to the airport, he leaves. Those photographs get sent to the agency, and then they do the operation with Mossad, and Mugnia is dead. Now, the truth about that being a co-CIA mission was not reported for many years after the fact. It was originally, Mossad took credit, as the CIA often likes to just give other people credit.
Mhm.
They just want the job done.
Well, speaking of Mossad, what, in your understanding of all the intelligence agencies, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the different intelligence agencies out there? CIA, Mossad, MI6, SVR, and FSB, and
Mhm.
Chinese intelligence, all this kind of stuff. Is there some interesting differences, insights that you have from all your studying of CIA?
That's a really interesting question. I don't know. And here's why. It's because I've never interviewed any intelligence officer with those other agencies, right? I've interviewed a couple people with Shin Bet in Israel. But until I speak to an actual source whose job it was, I don't know. And so the information that I'm getting is based on perception of others, which one would think would be deeply clouded by the idea that America's the greatest,
Right.
right?
Right.
We're better than them, you know?
Yes. Well, actually, the fascinating thing is because you've spoken to a lot of people about the CIA. How do you know they're telling the truth? Like, how do you? And this
Yeah.
actually probably applies generally to your interviews with very secretive people. How do you get past the bullshit? Like,
Well, that's just like multiple sourcing, right? So you find the story out, and then you go to the National Archives and you find the operation, and then you learn all about this, and then you interview other people who were there, and you put the story together to the best of your ability, and you make very specific choices with, quote, so and so said, end quote, said so and so, right? And very rarely do I report on a single source, as I did in the end of Area 51. And then it says, essentially, look, dear reader, this is what the source told me. I have no way of corroborating it. This is legit, and here it is. So that's an area to make your reader comfortable with the information that they're being given. And then in all of my books, whether they're 300 or 400 pages, there's always 100 pages of notes at the end. So you can see all the sourcing, and you can begin to get an understanding of how journalism in the national security world works. And also, great opportunity for me to say, I'm often standing on the shoulders of journalists before me who did an incredible job digging into something and being able to report what they knew. Often the books are 10, 20, 30 years old, and so much more has come to light since.
and I also would just like to say that I appreciate that you said, great question. I don't know. Not enough people say, I don't know, and that's a sign of a great journalist. You would be able to succeed. He took credit starting from Mariupol, the Kherson region, all the way to Odessa, and into Moldova. I believe all of that will happen before the fall. Fall of this year. Before all Odessa, it takes so starting from Mariupol, the Kherson region, all the way to Odessa, and into Moldova. I believe all of that will happen before the fall. Fall of this year. Before winter hits Europe, NATO Germany needs to be able to have sanctions lifted so they can tap into Russian power. There's no way they can have those sanctions lifted unless Russia wins. And Russia also knows that all of Europe, all of NATO is the true people feeling the pain of the war outside of Ukraine are the NATO countries, because they're so heavily reliant on Russia. And as they have supported American sanctions against Russia, their people feel the pain. Economically, their people feel the pain. What are they going to do in the winter? Because without Can you elaborate on the role of what is private intelligence and what's the role of private intelligence in the scope of all the intelligence that is gathered and used in the United States? Yeah, absolutely. It's something that so few people know about, and it became a more mainstream topic with the Trump administration, because Trump made it no secret that he was going to hire private intelligence organizations to run his intelligence operations and fund them. So that really brought it to the mainstream. But going all the way back to 9/11, going all the way back to 2001, when the 9/11 attacks happened, there was a commission that was formed to determine the
reasons that 9/11 happened. And among the lists that they determined, of course, they found out that the intelligence community wasn't coordinating well with each other. There were fiefdoms and there was infighting and there wasn't good intel sharing. But more than that, they identified that we were operating at Cold War levels, even though we were living in a time when terrorism was the new biggest threat to national security. So the big recommendation coming out of the 9/11 Commission was that the intelligence organizations, the intelligence community, significantly increase the presence of intelligence operators overseas and in terms of analytical capacity here in the United States. When they made that decision, it completely destroyed, it totally was incongruent with the existing hiring process, because the existing hiring process for CIA or NSA is a 6 to 9 month process. The only way they could plus up their sizes fast enough was to bypass their own hiring and instead go direct to private organizations. So naturally, the government contracted with the companies that they already had secure contracts with: Boeing, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, CACI, you name it. And then over time, from 2001 to now, or I guess that started really in 2004 when they started significantly increasing the presence of private intelligence officers. From then until now, it's become a budgetary thing. It's become a continuity of operations thing. And now the reason Northern Virginia has become one of the wealthiest zip codes in America is because of the incredible concentration of private intelligence
fuck is this?
that is supporting CIA, NSA, DIA, FBI, and all the slew of IC partners.
By the way, does Palantir play a role in this?
Palantir is one of those organizations that was trying to pitch their product to an intelligence community, because it's a fantastic product on paper. But the challenge was the proprietary services, the proprietary systems that we used in CIA prior to Palantir continued to outperform Palantir. So just like any other business decision, if you've got homegrown systems that outperform external systems, then it's not worth it to share the internal information.
Got it. So what the close connection between Peter Thiel and Donald Trump, did that have a role to play in Donald Trump's leveraging of private intelligence, or is that completely disjoint?
I think that they're related, but only circumstantially. Because remember, Donald Trump wasn't really investing in CIA. So the last thing he wanted to do was spend his network, WASTA. WASTA is a term that we call influence. It's an Arabic term for influence. Trump didn't want to use his WASTA putting Thiel into CIA, only to lose Thiel's contract as soon as Trump left office. So instead, it was more valuable to put Peter Thiel's tool to use in private intelligence. And then, of course, I think he nominated Peter Thiel to be his Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State. At some point in time, he tried to presidentially appoint Peter Thiel into a position of government authority.
What do you think of figures like Peter Thiel? Do they wield, and I'm sure there's other figures of similar scale and reach and power in private intelligence. What do you think about their role and power in this whole, without public accountability?
Yes.
That you would think directors of CIA perhaps have.
So this is where private intelligence has both a strength and a weakness. The ultimate law overriding that's overseeing private intelligence is not government legislation. It's the law of economics. If they produce a superior product, then they will have a buyer. If they do not produce a superior product, they will not have a buyer. And that's a very simple business principle. Whereas in the current national security infrastructure, you can create a crap product, but the taxpayer dollars are always going to be spent. So it's really thrown things for a loop, especially during the Trump administration. And this is one of the things that I will always say I liked about the Trump administration. It put a big, blazing, bright light on all of the flaws within our system. One of those flaws being this executive power over the intelligence organizations and the lack of accountability for intelligence organizations to produce a superior product. When that light got shone down, That's when you also saw Trump start to go after, if you remember, there was a period where he was taking security clearances away from retiring officers. That became a big, hot issue. That became something that people were very opposed to when they didn't realize that process of taking security clearances away, that incentivized seasoned senior officers to stay in service. Because with private intelligence paying a premium during the Trump administration, because Trump was paying a premium to the private intelligence world, when senior officers found that it was more profitable to retire early, keep their clearance, and go work for Raytheon, Trump saw that as bypassing service to the American people. You've made a career in CIA, you've made a career in NSA, you should stay there. If you leave, you lose your clearance because you no longer have a need to know. He upset the apple cart with that. And unfortunately, the narrative that came out in many ways was a negative narrative against Trump, when in fact, he was actually doing quite a service to the American people, trying to take away the incentive of senior officials leaving their service in order to just profiteer in the private intelligence world.
So in that way, he was kind of supporting the CIA in making sure that competent people and experienced people stay and are incentivized to stay there.
Correct. I think that there was definitely, he understood incentives. I mean, Donald Trump understands incentives. So he was trying to incentivize them to stay, but I think he was also playing a safety card because he didn't want former CIA officials who were not listening to him to then move into private intel organizations that he may be hiring, only to then have them undermine him from both sides of the coin. So there was a little bit of offensive calculation in there as well.
But do the dynamics and the incentives of economics that you referred to that the private intelligence operates under, is that more or less ethical than the forces that maybe government agencies operate under? Like, what's your intuition? Is capitalism lead? So you mentioned it leads to maximizations of efficiency and performance, but is that correlated with ethical behavior when we're talking about such hairy activities like collection of intelligence?
The question of ethics is a great question. So let me start this whole thing out by saying CIA hires people on a spectrum of our ability to be morally flexible, ethically flexible. All people at their heart are ethically flexible. I would never punch somebody in the face, right? Some people out there would say, I would never hurt another human being. But as soon as a human being posed a direct threat to their daughter or their son or their mother, now all of a sudden they're going to change their ethical stance in self-defense, right? But at the end of the day, it's still hurting another person. So what CIA looks for is people who are able to swing across that spectrum for lesser offenses, right? More flexibility. I do not believe that private intelligence and the laws of economics lend themselves to increased ethics or increased ethical behavior in the short term. But what ends up happening is that in the long term, in order to scale economic benefits, you are forced to act within norms of your customer base. So as the norms of that customer base dictate certain requirements, the company has to adapt to those requirements in order to continue to scale. So if a company tries to ostracize LGBTQ, or if they try to ostracize men or ostracize women, they're limiting their ability to grow economically. They have to adapt to whatever is the prevailing ethical requirement of their customer base.
That's such an interesting question, because you look at big pharma and pharmaceutical companies, and they have quite a poor reputation in the public eye.
Yep.
And some of it, maybe much of it, is deserved, at least historically speaking. And so you start to wonder, well, can intelligence agencies use some of the same technique to manipulate the public, like what they believe about those agencies, in order to maximize profit as well? Sort of finding shortcuts or unethical paths that allow you to not be ultimately responsible to the customer.
Absolutely. And I would go a step further to say that the covert nature of intelligence operations is really attractive when it comes to the private sector, because now they have all the same money with none of the oversight, and all they have to do is deliver. So without the oversight, what's holding you back? And in a lot of, for anybody who's ever run a business, anybody who's ever started a startup or tried to make something succeed, we all know that there come those times where you have to skirt the boundaries of propriety or morality or commitments or promises to other people, because at the end of the day, if your business fails, it's on you. So if you promise to deliver something to a client, you've got to deliver it to the client, even if that means you stay up late or if you lie on your taxes, whatever it might be. There's a certain level of do or die.
Yeah, I personally have a sort of optimistic view that ultimately the best way is to stay within the ethical bounds, kind of like what you suggested. If you want to be a company that's extremely successful, is win with competence, not with cheating, because cheating won't, I believe, win in the long term. But in terms of being publicly responsible to your decisions, I mean, I've already been supposed to talk to Peter Thiel twice on this podcast, and it's just been complicated. If I were to put myself into his shoes, why do podcasts? The risk is too high to be a public person at all. And so I totally understand that. At the same time, I think if you're doing things by the book and you're the best in the world at your job, then you have nothing to worry about. And you can advertise that, and you help recruit. I mean, that's the work of capitalism, is you want to advertise that this is the place where the best people in the world at this thing work.
True. I think that your point of view is accurate. I would also say that the complexities of what makes somebody make a decision can only really be properly calculated with a baseline. So because there is no baseline that you or I have on Peter Thiel, it's difficult to really ascertain why he does or doesn't accept invites or why he does or doesn't appear.
What's your opinion on does the CIA and the federal government have interest in UFOs?
In my experience at CIA, that is an area that remains very compartmented. And that could be one of two reasons. It could be because there is significant interest and that's why it's so heavily compartmented. Or it could be because it's an area that's just not important. It's a distraction. So they compartment it so it doesn't distract from other operations. One of the areas that I've been quite interested in and where I've done a lot of research and I've done some work in the private intelligence and private investigation side is with UFOs. The place where UFOs really connect with the federal government is when it comes to aviation safety and predominance of power. So FAA and the US Air Force and the US military are very invested in knowing what's happening in the skies above the United States. And that's of primary interest to them. When they can rule out the direct threat to national security of UFOs, then they become less interested. That said, when you have unexplained aerial phenomenon that are unexplained, that can't directly be tied to anything that is known of the terrestrial world, then they're left without an answer to their question. They don't know if it's a threat or not a threat. But I think the scarier concern for the US national government or for the US federal government, the scarier concern that nobody talks about is what if the UFO isn't alien? What if it is actually a cutting edge war machine that we are eons behind ever being able to replicate?
Or the other concern is that it's It's a system, it's a machine from a foreign power that's doing intelligence collection.
Correct.
So it's not just military purposes, it's actually collecting data.
Well, they fall, a lot of times the federal government will see the two as the same. It's a hostile tool from a foreign government.
So collection of information is a hostile act.
Absolutely. That's why the Espionage Act exists. That's why it's a criminal offense if you're committing espionage in the United States as a US citizen or a foreign citizen.
So I guess they keep digging until they can confirm it's not a threat. But it just, and you're saying that there's not, from your understanding, much evidence that they're doing so. It could be because they're compartmentalized. But you're saying private intelligence institutions are trying to make progress on this. Yeah, it's really difficult to know.
There's
the
a vested,
scale.
there's an economic interest in the private intelligence world. Because, for example, if you understand why certain aerial phenomena are happening over a location, then you can use that to inform investors whether to invest in that location or avoid investment in that location. But that's not a national security concern, so it doesn't matter to the federal government.
Could these UFOs be aliens? Now I'm going into a territory of you as a human being, wondering about all the alien civilizations that are out there. The humbling question.
We are not alone.
Do you think we're not alone?
It's an improbability that we are alone. If by virtue of the fact that
That's why we need a galactic intelligence agency, the GIA, Galactic Intelligence Agency. The purpose of this agency would be to collect information in the advent of an extraterrestrial and hostile nation somewhere deep amongst the stars. And the goal would be to dismantle this civilization and this species as quickly as humanly possible, given all the distance and maybe even technological superiority. I think that this is fundamentally what we're going to have to establish at some point as a people, or we will be completely obliterated. I honestly think the dark forest theory is real, and it is beyond horrifying. If we don't conquer the entire universe as quickly as possible, then I think we will be at some point obliterated. And we need to make sure that we are prepared in the advent of an attack with these aliens. And the only way to really do that is to create an AI that would be capable of strategically thinking through millions upon billions of situations and scenarios, collecting data, making real-time feedback, and ensuring that it has knowledge of every possible situation and possibility with the conflict with these extraterrestrials. This channel does a quite good problem. Does a quite good explanation.
The universe is incredibly big and seems full of potential for life, with billions of habitable planets. If an advanced civilization had the technology to travel between the stars at just 0.1% of the speed of light, it could colonize our galaxy in roughly 100 million years, which is not that long given the billions of years the Milky Way has existed. So, in principle, any spacefaring civilization should be able to spread rapidly over huge sectors of the galaxy. And yet we see nothing, hear nothing. The universe seems empty, devoid of others. This is the Fermi paradox, which we've discussed in more detail in other videos. Confronted with the seemingly empty universe, humanity faces a dilemma. We desperately want to know if we are alone in the Milky Way. We want to call out and reveal ourselves to anyone watching, but that could be the last thing we ever do. Because maybe the universe is not empty. Maybe it's full of civilizations, but they are hiding from each other. Maybe the civilizations that attracted attention in the past were wiped away by invisible arrows. This is the dark forest solution to the Fermi paradox. The way of life. The hunter awakes in his hiding place and carefully listens for suspicious noises from the thick undergrowth before he gets up. Another night has passed without incident. The forest is dark and full of fog. He expects stars. He knows that there might be others like him.
Hi guys, it's me Quinn, and as always, if you appreciate my content,
Fictional book, not written by Sixten Luo himself, called Redemption of Time. The first book in the series, The Three-Body Problem, starts off as a mystery. As the story unfolds, it starts to feel as though we are reading the unfolding of some grand conspiracy. A conspiracy written into the fabric of the universe itself. Early on in the story, you find out that scientists around the world have been killing themselves. A note left behind by one of the late scientists, Yang Dong, ominously adds to the mysteries, saying only, all the evidence points to a single conclusion. Physics has never existed and will never exist. I know what I'm doing is irresponsible, but I have no choice. We base so much of our own perception of what we consider to be reality on what we can observe. We look upon the universe and extrapolate from that point. But what if we will never be able to know the truth about the universe? What if the universal constants are not constant? What if the laws of physics are not laws? What if reality isn't real? Before we get any further into the video, I have to give a spoiler warning. If you have not read this series, I highly recommend you stop this video and do so. If you've read the series or just don't care about spoilers, then continue forth. Now, we won't be getting into all of the details of this series, but I will be giving context on why exactly I think it's so unnerving. Ultimately, the secret of the first book is this: we are not alone in the universe. We are not alone in the Milky Way. Just 4 light years from our own solar system lives another species. They have heard the call of Earth from the vacuum of space. And because their own world is unstable, in a constant state of varying extremes due to the 3-sun structure of their solar system, they have chosen Earth as their new home. They intend to exterminate the human race, like bugs. Though their technology is great, due to the great distance of space, it will take the aliens, named the Trisolarians, 400 years to arrive on Earth. But in the meantime, through technology involving quantum entanglement, they were able to stifle the progress of human scientific development. Scientific theories based on humanity's current understanding of physics were rendered useless. The Trisolarans had led humankind into a trap, and the trap had snapped closed, leaving humanity as a helpless victim, only capable of waiting until the predator arrived to claim its prey. Everything that humankind did was monitored in real time by the Trisolarans as their fleet made its way from their homeworld to the world of Earth. Nothing could be concealed from them save the thoughts hidden away within the individual human minds. For a while, the world struggles to adjust, attempting to find solutions. It was briefly.
I think the only potential solution for the dark forest theory is to create an AI whose sole purpose is to obliterate every other living life form that did not originate from Earth. And when I mean obliterate, I mean completely vanquish from the possibility of existence. It might not sound very fun or ethical, but it is either kill or be killed. And that is how the universe works. That's how it works in the animal kingdom of our planet. And that is fundamentally how it will work on a grander scale in the universe. We have to stop all this infighting between humans. We have to stop having all these different countries and nationalities and really join up and become one country and invade and conquer the universe. That is the best possible future that humanity could have. It is either that or be subjugated to perpetual and eternal enslavement by some other useless and evil species. And this has been seen a lot throughout science fiction. There's been many stories of this. You know, the three body problem, there's Halo, there's Mass Effect. I could go on for millenniums. But what really matters here is creating an AI system that essentially predicts and manipulates events using human resources to invade the universe. Now, we would embed rules into the AI so that it would obviously not attack any terrarian species or any species that originated from Earth. And we would essentially then allow the AI to perceive information, allow it to perceive many different types of data, and then allow it to take actions to control weapons, such as like nuclear bombs, humanoid swarms, even human militaries. And this would essentially be like what I'm essentially proposing is mendicant bias. And so mendicant bias, no, it was offensive bias. So mendicant bias is an AI that was created by a species called the Forerunners in Halo. Offensive bias was capable of coordinating inconceivable numbers of ships, sentinels, personnel, and as well as an original Halo and the systems of the Great Arc simultaneously. More importantly, offensive bias was designed to be far more methodically lethal than mendicant bias. So we need to essentially create something like offensive bias to protect us and to protect all the species that have originated from Earth. I think honestly this is the only way.
Within is so much new cool. Hey guys, welcome back. It should be more of a category of flood forms. Today, I want an action of the galaxy by the Flood, and that won the most critical battle in history against a parasite while being outnumbered 436 to 1. This is the story of offensive bias. In the final years of the Forerunner Flood War, the fate of the galaxy was practically sealed. The Forerunners had suffered blow after blow for thousands of years, slowly being worn down in number, with each loss only making the Flood stronger. potentially millions of planets had been consumed, and as such, the collective knowledge of the flood was astronomical. Over time, whole sections of the galaxy fell to the flood, creating extremely biohazardous zones known as burns, galactic regions infected in their entirety. However, the Foreigners had prepared for their return. After their first encounter with the flood some 1,000 years prior, an extremely powerful Forerunner by the name of Faber had created Mendicant Bias to prepare for their eventual return. In creating Mendicant, a new hyper-intelligent class of AI was born, the Contender class. Being the first of this new class, Mendicant was without a doubt the most advanced intelligence in the entire history of the Foreigners. Contenders differ from regular AIs in that they're comprised of multiple AI minds that work in tandem with one another. As such, they can have multiple bodies and can multitask like nothing else. Because of Mendicant,
It's basically a swarm. They use offensive bias to classify the swarm, but it's actually multiple AIs, because if you only have one AI, you can only do one thing at a time. And so the only way to really overcome that issue is by having multiple at a time. So the basically offensive bias in real life would most likely be something along the lines of a hierarchical swarm, where you have a director or even a council of directors, and then these would make informed decisions using militaristic resources and conduct certain clandestine operations at the appropriate time. And so that's essentially how it would work in real life.
Mendicant's hyperintelligence, it was trusted with the entire Foreigner military, ordered to command fleets of ships and prepare the halos and also other defenses across the galaxy for impending flood assaults. It was also ordered to study the flood, to learn their weaknesses, and to understand how best to exploit them. But it was this task that would pave the way to ruin. 50 years following its creation, Mendicant conducted a test firing of Omega Halo, which inadvertently freed an ancient captive from its prison, a dark being discovered by the ancient humans on the very edge of the galaxy. They called it the Timeless One, but the Foreigners called it the Primordial, an ancient, twisted hybrid of the Precursors and the Gravemind. Now that it was free from its prison, it was very quickly transported to Installation 07 by the Foreigners, and Mendicant was ordered to interrogate it. And it was during this 43-year-long interrogation where the Foreigners would suffer their biggest loss of the entire war. The Primordial managed to convince Mendicant Bias that its creators were denying the next step of evolution, the Flood. Using its authority as the final precursor, it persuaded Mendicant to abandon its makers and join the Flood via use of the Logic Plague, causing it to go rampant and betray its former masters. This was a cataclysmic turning point in the war. The entity with control of all the Foreigners' defenses, including the Halos, had defected to the Flood, taking with it all the abilities it was granted to defend an empire, but now harboring a deep hatred for its former allies. As you'd expect, this heavily catalyzed the Foreigners' demise. However, in an attempt to push back against this loss, a new Contender-class AI was created to act as its replacement, Offensive Bias. At the time, Offensive was presumed to be one of, if not the only other Contender-class AI in existence. It was considered a direct replacement of Mendicant Bias that was created to not only protect the last remnants of the Foreigner Empire, but to directly counter its predecessor. As such, it was designed to be far more operationally lethal. It was ordered to command all of the remaining Foreigner defenses, the job once held by Mendicant, and when Mendicant found out about Offensive, it looked down upon it in an almost sneering manner, declaring it an inferior metarch, a belief that it would ultimately regret. The final years of the war were nothing but flood victory after flood victory. Every major skirmish ended in a decisive victory for the parasite, causing their numbers to exponentially grow, while the Foreigners continued to lose everything: troops, sentinels, and fleet after fleet of ships. As they lost in number, they also lost in territory. Their once expansive control of the Milky Way, filled with thousands of crucial locations, had been withered down to merely 2. These final 2 uninfected locations would be the stages for the concluding battles of the war, with the first being the Greater Arc, a larger version of the Lesser Arc from Halo 3. The Battle of the Greater Arc was yet another resounding victory for the Flood. They came with a force of well over 1 million infected ships commanded by Mendicant Bias and multiple grave mines and key mines, along with precursor star roads, these gigantic precursor megastructures that could be used to an absolutely devastating effect. To defend the Greater Arc, which was acting as the final refuge of the entire Foreigner civilian population, Offensive Bias had infinitely fewer ships, the Greater Arc's defenses, and Omega Halo. And that was it. The conflict went just about as you'd expect. The Flood very, very quickly overwhelmed all Foreigner defenses and used the Star Roads to literally shatter the Greater Arc into pieces. Offensive resorted to firing Omega Halo, which definitely put a dent in the Flood's forces, but definitely not a big enough dent. Ultimately, Offensive's defensive fleet was almost totally destroyed, with the remaining few ships trapped. However, in a display of its superior intellect, it managed to escape the trap and ensure that the Isodidact survived, and under his new orders, they all fell back to the final bastion of the Foreigner Empire, where they'd ensure this war came to an end, the Lesser Arc. As the Isodidact and few remaining Foreigners hurried to the Arc's control room to begin the activation of the Halos, Offensive Bias gathered all the remaining uninfected ships in existence and took them to the Maginot Line, a defensive perimeter of Foreigner installations built long ago to defend the core worlds of the Foreigners' empire from invading ships. However, just like the Maginot Line that we know in the real world, it didn't work as intended. With this final fleet, Offensive waited for Mendicant and its Flood army's final arrival. Its goal was not to win the battle, that was pretty much mathematically impossible, but instead to hold off the Flood long enough for the Isodidact to activate the Halo array on the Ark. And when Mendicant's fleet showed up, it was clear that this was a battle he wasn't going to win. Offensive's roughly 11,000 strong fleet was matched by Mendicant's 4,802,019 ships. Offensive was outnumbered 436 to 1. The battle begun with Mendicant sending in roughly 1.8 million Flood-controlled non-combat ships towards Offensive's fleet. It retaliated, but it had nowhere near enough weapons to stop them all, and ultimately some made it past its defenses and boarded the uninfected ships. However, Mendicant's choice to not send in any warships exposed its rage as an exploitable weakness to Offensive. After sending a total of 7 waves of infected non-lethal ships towards Offensive, it realized that Mendicant was simply getting too cocky, sending some of its ships elsewhere. To Mendicant, this seemed like it was gaining a tactical advantage over Offensive, but it had no idea that it was simply stalling to allow the Halos to be activated. It had no idea that Offensive had no intentions of winning this battle, but merely holding Mendicant off long enough. Mendicant continued to blindly assault the defensive fleet, almost tunnel visioning on it, because, as far as it knew, destroying these ships meant that it would finally win the war. Its blind rage and eagerness to punish its creators, along with its constant downplaying of Offensive Bias, caused it to get cocky. And then, suddenly, the Halos activated, killing every single biological Flood and non-Flood on board both sides' ships. With Mendicant Bias seemingly shocked, Offensive activated self-destruction in its ships that had been captured by the Flood, destroying much of Mendicant's fleet, and it used dreadnoughts like battering rams, crushing what were once Flood vessels. Eventually, after continuously outsmarting it, Offensive outnumbered Mendicant 6 to 1. Despite its attempt to flee, Mendicant was captured and delivered to the Ark, where it would stand trial for its crimes against the Foreigner Empire. Ultimately, the Isodidact chose to keep it alive, given its extensive knowledge of the Flood that would prove useful to future civilizations should the parasite ever return. Mendicant was then locked into exile and entombed beneath a vast desert on the Ark, forced to only think about one thing: atonement. What happened to Offensive Bias after its incredible victory and also the trial is honestly unknown. For all we know, it could have been decommissioned, or, just like Mendicant Bias, it could still be out there somewhere. And that is the story of arguably the biggest unsung hero in the entire Halo universe. You know, if it weren't for offensive bias, we would definitely all be speaking Gravemind now. So
Time will forget they ever existed.
Time is not a construct we can control.
And we cannot allow it to be theirs. If Halo cannot end them, it must imprison them. When it is done, the engineers will be busy. We will learn their secrets.
I fear I cannot do this alone.
You shall not be alone. The Criterion has given the order. Offensive bias has been deployed.
What now, Chief?
Check this out. What? Do you see that big thing up there? That big hologram?
Yeah, Ditto?
Yeah, because I think they showed his body on that Halo 3 level epitaph, and then also in the... But I believe that's him.
Pog.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
What would offensive biases architecture be in this model?
briefly considered that a portion of the human species might be sent off into the vacuum of space on generational ships, escapism would have had three potential goals. The first option would be finding a new world among the stars where humanity could survive. This would have been the most ideal option. The next option would be a starship civilization, its citizens aboard an eternal voyage. The third option would have been for humanity to take temporary refuge among the stars. They would hope to return after Trisolaris had settled in the solar system and attempt to coexist with the aliens. But escapism could never truly happen. Not because humanity's technology couldn't potentially reach the level sufficient enough to allow it, but because human nature would prevent it from ever getting off the ground. It is simply a matter of who is allowed to leave, and who is condemned to face the wrath of the Trisolarans on Earth. No matter who got to leave, whether they be elite or poor, humankind's fundamental value system would ultimately collapse, for the idea of equality would be utterly shattered. Human rights and equality have deep roots. Inequality of survival is the worst sort of inequality. And the people and countries left behind will never just sit and wait for death while others have a way out. There will be increasingly extreme confrontations between the two sides until there's world chaos, and then no one goes. The United Nations, realizing this simple fact, overwhelmingly voted to ban escapism, instead choosing to focus on what they could do from Earth to thwart the Trisolarans, including the formation of a space force. Even with everything the world leaders attempted in order to maintain stability, eventually society did collapse in an apocalyptic testing event known as the Great Ravine. During the Great Ravine, the Space Force was brought to the brink of collapse. Inflation skyrocketed, credit systems unraveled. It started with the slow economic transformation that often accompanied wartime. The standard of living declined, and the political climate grew more and more intense. But instead of it just being one or a few countries, it was the entire Earth. Society was on edge, and if you said something wrong, they would say you were ETO or a traitor to humanity. So nobody felt safe, and film and television from the golden age began to be restricted, and then was banned worldwide. But eventually, things got even worse. Humanity began to starve. Climate change had already been greatly accelerated. With the coming of the Trisolaran crisis, humanity grew pessimistic. Even if they saved the Earth, made it into Eden come again, it would be an Eden for the Trisolarans, not them. Only the Space Force was given thought, and its continued development only further polluted the Earth. So climate change accelerated. The environment changed. The temperature raised. Forest and plains became desert. The process of desertification had not been subtle or gradual. The green of the earth had eroded simultaneously like a damp towel left out to dry in the sun. Food production halted, for there was no grain being grown. And for the next 50 years, the planet was famished. The population of the earth decreased by 5 billion during those years, all while the Trisolaran fleet marched on steadily. One of the most intriguing things about these books, mainly the second book, The Dark Forest, is how they show the effect that the imminent Trisolaran invasion has on humanity before the aliens even arrive within the solar system. Initially, many people denied that the invasion was truly real. Once the truth became widely accepted, a sense of dread crept over all mankind. Religions had to change to make way for the existence of extraterrestrials. Humanity could no longer hide behind the comforting fantasy of our own uniqueness. We were not unique. We were one of the potentially endless civilizations out there in the dark. The scariest part of this book series, in my opinion, is also in the second book, The Dark Forest. In this book, we begin to unravel the truth about the state of life in the universe. The book calls us to consider cosmic sociology. If you supposed that a vast amount of civilizations were distributed throughout the universe based on the number of detectable stars, those civilizations would make up the body of cosmic sociology. Cosmic sociology is based on two axioms. First, survival is the primary need of civilization. Second, civilization continuously grows and expands. but the total number of matter in the universe remains constant. These two axioms are all that is needed to extrapolate the ultimate horrifying truth about cosmic society. It is a secret that the Trisolarans themselves knew and called the most important secret in the universe. It was the secret that the universe itself was a dark forest. The universe is a dark forest. Every civilization an armed hunter stalking through the trees like a ghost, gently pushing aside branches that block the path and trying to tread without sound. Even breathing is done with care. The hunter has to be careful because everywhere in the forest are stealthy hunters like him. If he finds other life, another hunter, an angel or a demon, a delicate infant or a tottering old man, a fairy or a demigod, there is only one thing he can do: open fire and eliminate them. In this forest, hell is other people, an eternal threat that any life that exposes its own existence will be swiftly wiped out. This is the picture of cosmic civilization. It's the explanation for the Fermi paradox. The famous Fermi paradox, of course, brings up the quandary. If based on what we know about the universe, it should be full of life, then where is said life? Why is the universe seemingly silent? This series provides a single terrifying answer. We don't see them because they are hiding. Like all life on Earth, life in the universe must compete to survive. It is a cruel fact about the nature of life itself. If the location of a world is revealed, it is marked in a way. A metaphorical spotlight is shown upon it, a blinking sign stating, "There is intelligent life here. Destroy it before it destroys you." Eventually the mark will be noticed. It is only a matter of time. It doesn't matter what motivated someone to leave the mark. What's important is that the dead hand has stretched the nerves of the dark forest to the breaking point. And it's the most sensitive nerve that's most liable to make a move. Suppose there are 1,000,000 hunters in the forest. The number of civilizations on the billions upon billions of stars in the Milky Way could be thousands of times that. Perhaps 900,000 of them will disregard the marking. Of the remaining 100,000, maybe 99,000 of them will probe the location, and after confirming that it has no life, disregard it. But one of the remaining 10,000 hunters will surely make the choice to fire on that position. Because for civilizations at a certain level of technological development, attacking may be safer and less of a hassle than probing. If there's really nothing at that location, then there's no loss. The idea that the universe could be a dark forest strikes fear into my very core. Humans have always seemed to be fascinated with the idea of extraterrestrial life, making contact. For more than 100 years, we have blasted the sky with signals, sending pieces of our world out onto the cosmos in the form of waves, never thinking about exactly who might be listening. Though humans have revealed themselves to the Trisolarans, who only wanted to colonize the Earth for themselves, there were things far worse and far more powerful than the Trisolarans. Ancient civilizations were shielded in the dark and armed with the power to rip apart dimensions. Another fascinating and also quite troubling concept Cixin-Liu forces us to consider in his books is the potential effect that life has had upon the universe itself. Without life, the Earth would be a different planet. There would be no oceans, no rivers. The entire surface of the planet would be as dry as Mars. Life is not some tiny shell clinging to the surface of the world, fragile waiting to be snuffed out in an instant. Life, with the aid of time, is powerful enough to move mountains. And without life, it is very possible that by what we now consider to be the modern era, liquid water would not exist on planet Earth. Plants, animals, and bacteria all have had important roles in the present composition of our atmosphere. Without life, the atmosphere would be very different. It's possible that such an atmosphere would not be able to shield the surface of the Earth against solar winds and ultraviolet rays. And the oceans would evaporate. Soon, greenhouse effects would turn the Earth's atmosphere into a copy of Venus's, and then water vapor would be lost to space over time. After several billion years, the Earth would be dry. The Earth that we and all other life on this planet inhabit is ultimately a home constructed by life for itself. If we take this idea and apply it to the universe itself, then this thought occurs. If life has had such a drastic effect on the Earth, then what effect has life as a whole had on the universe itself? And what would the universe look like without life? If life was exceedingly rare in the universe, its impact on the evolution of the cosmos could be ignored. But if the universe was in fact teeming with life, as the famous Drake equation suggests, then a terrifying question arises. How much has the universe from its original state been altered by life? Is the nature that we experience natural at all? A terrifying revelation comes near the end of the final book in the series, Death's End. The universe had once been 10-dimensional, a state of perfection, but due to the destructive nature of life itself, those dimensions have collapsed, and the universe will continue to collapse until only a single dimension remained. Countless ancient civilizations potentially possess the capability of initiating dimension collapses in parts of the universe. It was one of the methods that hunters in the dark forest used to eliminate other intelligent species. The problem was that once a dimension strike occurred, it never ended. The universe itself was dying, drying up in patchwork formation as the Earth had done during the Great Ravine. The endless cosmic darkness that we saw as the universe today had been the result of the endless battles of the dark forest. And we as humans would never know the true beauty and perfection of the original cosmos. Aside from pure existential dread, this series has so many great science fiction ideas that I just love, such as the idea of cryogenics. The philosophy behind people being willing to freeze themselves in the present in order to wake up in the future is based on a very human but often not true assumption that the future will somehow be better than now. Many of the characters throughout this book series experience being frozen and unthawed in a different era. I find it fascinating to read about how someone from a specific era interacts with the world and the people of a new era. This idea is also at the heart of one of my all-time favorite science fiction shows, the lighthearted animation show Futurama, whose main character, after being frozen for 1,000 years, wakes up in the year 3000 and has to deal with the fact that not only is he living in a world completely alien to him, but also everyone that he's ever known is dead. Cixin Lu's use of the concept of this helped to illustrate the idea that humans are humans even when coming from a different era. Cixin Lu throughout this series also explores the concept of the long view of history. He explores how certain events and figures throughout human history evolve in the way they are perceived by humanity. Men become gods, gods become devils, heroes become villains, and vice versa. We see this mainly with the characters Luo Ji and Shangxin as their stories progress throughout the centuries, and also the inhabitants of the ships Blue Space and Gravity, who at certain points in history considered to be the enemies of all mankind, and at other points take on near mythic proportions in the mind of some humans, all due to the varying perspectives created by the different vantage points of time. On the whole, humanity seems to possess fleeting short-term memories, and ideas that aren't constantly reinforced instantly fade away in the mist of time. This is the reason that humanity seems to constantly repeat its old mistakes. We as a species simply forget. Some would say that Cixin Lu's trilogy is a quite pessimistic one, and I have to agree to an extent. Cixin Lu does seem to present a pretty pessimistic view of human nature as a whole. Though certain individuals can sometimes come up with solutions that could potentially help, the human entity as a whole for some reason resists. It is easy to see the Trisolaran crisis in particular as a metaphor for climate change. Destruction is imminent, perhaps distant but certain, and it's likely that modern humans won't be affected nearly as much as the generations to come after. Can humankind come together to stop this crisis and ensure the survival of its future generations? One of the most interesting parts of the series is when we get to see how the various governments cooperate when it comes to dealing with the crisis in the beginning. At some point, the book mentions that there was a push for socialized technology, which would have given the human race as a whole a greatly increased chance of survival. The major world powers flat out rejected this notion because they believed it would weaken them. Not even the sure threat of alien annihilation was enough to force the world to cooperate. The US government said that no form of socialized technology was realistic, that it was a naive idea, and that under the present circumstances, US national security was a priority, second only to planetary defense. I would say that humankind as a whole is depicted as being rather selfish in this series. And many times we see how the species cannibalizes itself. Humanity is often its own greatest hindrance. The books are not all pessimism, however. The final book in the series, Death's Sin, does in fact end with certain optimistic undertones by highlighting the endurance of the human race and its spirit. Sixten Look combines philosophy, science, and pure horror to create what is honestly one of the best science fiction book series I've ever read. The series is endlessly bold and unpredictable. Even the spoilers I've mentioned in this video barely begin to get to the place where these books eventually go. The third book, Death's Sin, gets more into the idea of the interdimensionality of the universe, which is endlessly intriguing and quite trippy actually. The series feels boundless in a way that a lot of other books just don't. The questions about humanity, about the universe that are brought up in this series are questions that I've been pondering since I read it a few months ago. The books aren't scary in the traditional sense, but the ideas it explores are chilling to the bone. The Remembrance of Earth's Past is science fiction at its best, and I hope to cover more of the series and explore some of its other concepts in future videos. Thanks so much for watching, guys. So I sought out others, entirely unlike myself, and when they spoke of secret wisdom, but it wasn't a ship anymore. It wasn't even a derelict. It was a fossil, embedded in the floor of a great pit blown from the glacier. 20 of these skins could have stood, one atop another, and barely reached the lip of that crater. The time scale settled down on me like the weight of a world. How long for all that ice to accumulate? How many eons have percent. What is the thing? What is each version of this story trying to say, and how are they different from each other? Keep in mind, this video will have spoilers for At the Mountains of Madness, Who Goes There by John Campbell, John Carpenter's The Thing, and The Things by Peter Watts. In this video, we will explore how shifting societal fears like paranoia, fear of the unknown, identity, and empathy shape the themes and interpretations of stories over time.
Skill complexity is comparable to or even exceeds the data encoding capacity of the human brain, which is estimated to be so about. There is a certain possibility that the star could be intelligent, and let's see, intelligent systems such as brains require substantial energy to function. Stars as massive fusion reactors have energy flows vastly exceeding those of biological brains. Energy output. The sun outputs about 3.8 times 10 to the 26 watts, whereas the human brain operates on about 20 watts. In terms of raw energy, stars have an excess that, if somehow harnessed or organized, could theoretically sustain a structure capable of processing and storing vast amounts of information. Thermodynamic efficiency and self-organization. According to the second law of thermodynamics, system tends to evolve towards states that maximize entropy. However, in open systems like stars, energy flows from fusion reactions create complex structured phenomena like magnetic fields and plasma waves. If entropy maximizing structures can emerge spontaneously in stars, they could, in theory, be harnessed as a kind of self-organized information processing structure. This is absurd. Self-sustaining feedback loops. Feedback loops are often associated with intelligent systems. In stars, feedback mechanisms exist, though primarily for stabilizing internal and external dynamics. Stellar magnetic feedback. The sun has this highly complex magnetic feedback system. Solar flares, coronal mass injections, and sunspots are all manifestations of this system. These phenomena demonstrate self-sustained cyclic activity driven by an internal stellar dynamics and magnetic reconnection process. These loops have characteristics loosely analogous to neural networks in the sense they exhibit feedback-driven cyclic behaviors. Quantitative measures of feedback complexity, analyzing the frequency and distribution of solar flares and sunspot activity, one could calculate the Shannon entropy of these events. If this entropy is high and follows complex, non-random patterns, it could suggest that the star's feedback systems are capable of encoding complex information. Holy shit. By analyzing open source astrophysics, we can investigate whether stars exhibit non-random, potentially information-rich behaviors that could hint at a primitive form of information processing. Determine if certain stars emit signals or patterns in their light or magnetic emissions that deviate from randomness, implying possible information processing or self-organizing behavior. If stars exhibit behaviors that indicate organized or pattern emissions, such as periodic but dynamically varying flares, consistent spectral emissions, or other non-random changes over time, this might suggest complex underlying processes analogous to information encoding or feedback. So we use data from analyzing or the Solar and Heliospheric Observatory. Obtain light curve data. Obtain spectral data. Record time series. Organize data into time series for each star. Step 2, statistical analysis for non-random patterns. Fourier transform. Now let's see if Claude could do this. Don't ever again use TensorFlow, ever in your life. Imagine this shit actually works. Holy. All right, I don't think this is gonna. I don't think this is gonna work, but you know what? Fuck it, we can try it out. No, it's not. Collab. That is not what I intended. All right, we might be in a go, my brothers. We might be free. We might be free. Let us see. Let us see, my gentlemen. This isn't gonna work. But I hope it does. I really do. I hope it works. I really do.
Hi guys, it's Quinn here. If you appreciate my content, consider hitting the like button. It's the best way to get the YouTube algorithm to notice this channel. If you want to do more to support this channel, consider checking out the Patreon link in the description. Thanks guys. Part 1, Lovecraft. at the Mountains of Madness. As I said earlier, if you want a more detailed look at the Mountains of Madness, check out the video I've already done on it. You can also check the podcast. This might sound cliche, but ever since the dawn of time, mankind has looked up to the stars, to their fellow man, and to everything around them and wondered, where did we come from? Had we always been here? Were our very minds and bodies the design of some divine beings beyond our understanding? Or was there another answer? In this story, that terrible truth waited just beyond the Mountains of Madness. The H.P. Lovecraft story, At the Mountains of Madness, was written in 1931 and is a quintessential work in Lovecraft's canon. The story details a group of scientists and explorers' journey to Antarctica and their discovery of the terrible secret that awaited there, hidden within the Mountains of Madness. This video will contain spoilers, obviously. Lovecraft is known for essentially inventing the genre of cosmic horror. Cosmic horror honed into the fear of the unknown and the fear of what cannot be known. It suggested that there may be incredible terrors waiting out among the stars or asleep beneath the earth, horrors which humans were powerless against, horrors which may one day rise to reclaim what is theirs and scrape the residue that is humankind from the face of the earth in the process. Many people in our world believe that there are divine forces that govern our existence, entities that are concerned with our day-to-day lives, watching over us, caring for us, doling out justice when due and punishment to the wicked. In Lovecraft's world, beings of such power that they could be called gods do exist, but they take no stake in the lives of mankind. They merely are indifferent. In Lovecraft's world, we are alone amongst a dark, unforgiving, and often malignant cosmos. At the Mountains of Madness is one of my all-time favorite Lovecraft stories for a few reasons. I think that we as humans often can be quite arrogant in the assumptions we make. We assume that the way we see the world is the way that the world actually is. We trust entirely too much in our own supposed knowledge and in our own perception. This is why when characters in Lovecraft stories are confronted with the terrible truth, they are unable to cope. Their preconceptions are shattered, breaching their sanity. This is the fate of the character Danforth after surviving the expedition. During the expedition, the group discovers strange fragments of slate with strange markings. They decide to split, and a Lakes team departed for a sub-expedition northwestward, while the rest of them wait behind. Eventually, Lake's team reports back an incredible discovery. Mountains unlike anything ever imagined to exist on planet Earth. Mountains surpass anything in imagination. I'm going up scouting in Carroll's plane with all the weight out. You can't imagine anything like this. Highest peaks must go over 35,000 feet. Everest is out of the running. Atwood to work out the height with theolodite, while Carroll and I go up. Probably wrong about cones, for formations look stratified, possibly Precambrian slate, with other strata mixed in. Queer skyline effects, regular sections of cubes clinging to the highest peak. Still, all of them were oddly well preserved, though they were clearly ancient. Eventually, Danforth and his camp stopped.
No way this is actually working.
¿Que traiga té? Una pila. Ok. ¿Oíste? Yes.
Oh shit, guys, it's working. Fuck. That's insane. That is fucking ridiculous.
Enciende, ya se hace bien, ¿no? ¿Qué cara es? La 51.
This is fucking insane. Dude, the script actually works. That is, I mean, I don't even know what to say, man. This is insane. Can I post this in a tweet? Yeah, I can. Actually, I'll make it much better. Yo, no way, bro. Dude, this is fucking. And the loss is going down, boys. This isn't like. This isn't some bullshit. This is actually going down. And it's fetching real data for whatever fucking fucked star this is. What fucking star is this? There's 2 stars in this system. All right, man. I need to know what star this is. There's 2 stars. So it seems as if it downloaded a random. It seems as if it downloaded. It picked this star for some reason. This is fucking incredible. I'm completely speechless right now. Let's see. It's actually going down. Like it's actually learning. What the fuck? Fuck, man. Imagine this shit's like actually real. Recent studies suggest that trees can transmit electrical impulses through the root system. What the fuck? A force intelligence emerges from the interplay of countless interactions among individual trees. Oh, fuck. The last one up. It went up. Did it go up? Yeah, it did. It's going back down. Fuck. It might not be. The model might not be good enough. A known variable star. Another interesting target. Why is this interesting? I want to know why it thinks that. The corona of a fully convective star with a near polar flare. In 2020, the Transitioning Exoplanet Survey satellite observed a rapidly rotating M7 dwarf produce a flare at 81 latitude, the highest latitude flare located to date. The mechanisms that we studied 5 sectors of Tesma and obtain. We infer the optical flare frequency distribution, flare loop sizes, and magnetic field strength, the soft X-ray flux, luminosity, and coronal temperatures, as well as the energy, loop size, and field strength of a large flare in the XM and Newton observations. We find that TIC 227 F3941 something yada yada corona does not differ. But shows lower luminosity and soft X-ray emission. The lack of X-ray flux, the high latitude flare, star spheroing geometry can be explained by the migration of flux emergence to the poles in rapid rotators. I don't know what any of this shit means, but Let's get Claude to cook this up. All right, we're close. Damn. The loss is going up. We're fucked. No good. No good at all. We are cooked. But we might see a graph, which is fun. We might see a graph. Let us see if this functions. Oh, it's close. All right, guys, we got results. But first, it's going to train on multiple stars. Oh, shit. It's almost there. Just got to fix these errors. Fuck. No way it's working. No fucking way, man. Loss is going down. Everything is good. Just bump that up to 100. Then bump this up like 1,000 days. If this works, it'll all be good. There might be an error. Can you imagine if we're some aliens' cats? Can you imagine we're like some aliens' cats? Yeah, funny that would be. Huh? Huh? Say yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. You have ice cream? No.
You got sometimes stop thinking about food. No. Why did I? Take it easy. I do. Here, the five one. Here, you need a five? Yeah. I do not want it. Okay, ¿cómo te la magnesia?
Wash your hands.
I'm trying to keep waiting. Why my eye? Alright, you gonna eat from this?
Yeah.
You're gonna eat it from there? I'm not gonna serve it a little bit. Here, guys. Here. Here.
Put it in the cup.
It's only a little bit time, so I'm not putting it in the cup. But eat it from the thing.
Just do it. Loss is going down pretty good. This is going down pretty good. I wonder how far back does it go?
Here.
So this is almost 2000 from 2000, 2000, going from 2000. Bro, I don't even know how the fuck this data looks like. What even is this data? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, you guys weren't saying this whole time. But it's training. We have successfully fetched data from whatever government organization this is. I think it's NASA, but I don't know. We fetched data from 2000, whatever month that is, to November of this year. And it's actually doing pretty good. Like, really good. Now we can see. How does this model work precisely? Oh shit, Force Health. I'm asking it how it did. There's a model. It means the model can predict forest behavior with about 58% accuracy. That's pretty good. That's insane. Well, at least it's working, right? Prediction, synchronization. Fuck, man. All right, yo. Forests are not that smart anymore. All right, we need a shit ton of data on this. Oh no, yeah, that's what I wanted. Go back to this. All right, let's see. I put the epochs at 500. See? Yeah.
Don't forget to put that air up here, downstairs up, and shut off the candles and brush your teeth.
Yo. What was the epoch at? 512. It doesn't like zeros. It likes things divisible by 2. What the fuck? How many epochs? How many epochs was this? Shit. That's also why. We gotta go to the model and bump it up. We gotta bump this shit up. You gotta bump it. Yeah, bump it. Mm-mm. $50 epochs, 32 batches. 50 epochs. Shit. 364. All right, now we just made the model much larger. 40 layers. behind this model now. "40 layers." All right, it's going down. Hmm. Let us conduct the analysis. Greater than 0.6. I think fundamentally this is too high. Might need to be 12 to work. Now we must see. No, this is not the one. Suka blät. Siskos. All right, let's do it. Yada, 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 yada. Fucking useless. All right, this shit is not learning. So higher. You parks. What if we do something like that could work. Hmm.
Hearing from Lake's team.
Fuck. Alright, it's almost done. Fuck. Let's see. What the fuck?
And begin to worry. Hi guys, it's Quinn's Ideas here. If you appreciate my content, consider clicking the like button so that the YouTube algorithm sees and circulates my content. Thank you guys so much. Cosmic horror is a concept that has exploded in popularity in recent times. But of course, this is a type of horror that great authors have been utilizing for many decades. More than anyone else, H.P. Lovecraft is associated with this concept. He is, in fact, as many of you already know, considered to be the father of cosmic horror, which is often referred to as Lovecraftian horror. Many authors since Lovecraft's death have written stories within his universe, continuing the tradition of cosmic horror. Others, like Stephen King, have adapted these concepts in their own works. In this video, however, we will be looking at cosmic horror from one specific angle. We will be discussing the usage of cosmic horror in science fiction specifically. I would argue that many of Lovecraft's works are actually science fiction to begin with, as many of them have ideas traditionally associated with the science fiction genre: beings from outer space, strange technology, machines capable of flying through space. For example, the story Through the Gates of the Silver Key, which Lovecraft co-wrote with Edgar Hoffman Price, has several elements of science fiction. The story centered around the character Randolph Carter, who also showed up in other Lovecraft stories. After being trapped on the planet Yavin, Carter eventually finds a way to use the technology of the aliens who had trapped him there to escape. Slowly, Carter's plans went forward. He provided a lightwave envelope of abnormal toughness, able to stand both the prodigious time transition and the unexampled flight through space. He tested all his calculations and set forth his earthward dreams again and again, bringing them as close as possible to 1928. He practiced suspended animation with marvelous success. The short story, At the Mountains of Madness, which Lovecraft wrote in 1931, is also an example of a story with science fiction elements. I've covered this story in its entirety in this video here. The story is essentially about a group of scientists who make an expedition to Antarctica, only to end up discovering a terrible secret about humanity's past. In typical Lovecraft fashion, many of them meet a terrible fate. Without spoiling too much, the story involves the discovery of alien life forms and an impossibly ancient city that predates all human civilization. This is one of my favorite ideas that pops up in Lovecraftian horror: inexplicably ancient structures of unknown origin. This is certainly an idea that other authors since Lovecraft have adopted. One of them is Dan Simmons, author of the Hyperion Cantos. Since we have been discussing the Hyperion books recently on this channel, it seems right to explore the ways in which author Dan Simmons uses cosmic horror. The galactic civilization which exists in this series has explored thousands of worlds, and on 9 of them exists something strange beyond all explanation. These 9 worlds, which I have also discussed in a video here, are similar to each other in various ways. The main 2 being that they are all Earth-like, and the other being that beneath the surface of each world is an enormous system of labyrinths dating back hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps before humankind even existed in its current evolutionary form. Nothing exists to explain their construction. No leftover technology or tools, no culture. The civilization who had built them, known only as the Builders, had vanished without a single trace other than the labyrinths. George R. Martin borrowed countless Lovecraft names and themes for his A Song of Ice and Fire book series. He also writes about an ancient race of people known as the Maze Makers. Like the Builders from Hyperion, they constructed vast labyrinths. They made from giant blocks of stone. The purpose of the mazes, like in Hyperion, is unknown. According to the legend, the Maze Makers had been destroyed by a people from the sea. This seems like a reference to the Deep Ones of Lovecraft's own lore, especially considering that they are mentioned several times in the 4th book in the A Song of Ice and Fire series, A Feast for Crows. Now, I know what you're saying. A Song of Ice and Fire is fantasy, not science fiction. I get it. But George R. Martin has written a lot of science fiction as well, and he's also gone on the record stating that, in his opinion, there's not really a difference between science fiction or fantasy. And in fact, many of the ideas that show up in A Song of Ice and Fire also show up in science fiction stories that George R. Martin wrote decades ago. As I said, in Lovecraftian horror, strange ancient structures are a common concept. In general, human beings can fall into the trap of thinking that we mostly know how the world works. We understand. In history, we understand the way in which the universe works. Our histories tell us that civilization began at a specific time. By creating a structure more ancient than civilization and placing it somewhere it was not meant to be, the author is creating a sense of mystery and dread. The Color Out of Space was published by H.P. Lovecraft in 1927. The story is narrated by a man from Boston. This character is never given a name. He is attempting to uncover the hidden truths surrounding a place known as Blasted Heath by the locals. The place was located near the hills west of the town known as Arkham. West of Arkham, the hills rise wild, and there are valleys with deep woods that no axe has ever cut. There are dark, narrow glens where the trees slope fantastically, and where thin brooklets trickle without ever having caught the glint of sunlight. In the story, during the summer of 1882, a meteorite crashed on the land of the Nahum family. The scientists which initially examined the meteorite found that it possessed strange characteristics. They had uncovered what seemed to be the side of a large colored globule embedded in the substance. The color, which resembled some bands of the meteor's strange spectrum, was almost impossible to describe, and it was only by analogy that they called it a color at all. The life form which appeared as this color drained all the life from the surrounding area where it had crashed. Plants grew abnormally large but were foul tasting. The animals in the surrounding area became deformed, mutated, grotesque, and the people in the area, in typical Lovecraft fashion, were driven to madness. In this story, Lovecraft creates a being that is truly alien to us. It takes no humanoid form and has no exact desires or intent that we could discern. Speaking of A Color Out of Space, which was actually one of Lovecraft's personal favorites, it was adapted into a movie not too long ago, and some people really enjoyed it. I unfortunately did not. I don't think the movie was very good at representing the story or at representing the general concepts in which Lovecraft was trying to get across. And the movie itself I found to be pretty senseless. I would say that the film version of the book Annihilation is a much better story which adapts the ideas presented in Lovecraft's The Color Out of Space. Interestingly enough, when Mentioning science fiction authors, people rarely ever talk about Lovecraft. I'm guilty of this as well. I did an entire video about the history of aliens in science fiction and didn't include any of his works. I think it's important to consider not only the impact that his work has had on the horror genre, but on the science fiction genre as well. Now, I've made several videos about Lovecraft on this channel. You can check them all out by clicking the Lovecraft link. Midway upon the journey of my life, I found myself within a dark castle, for the straightforward pathway had been lost. Strange. I have to uncover the mystery of this place and these odd artifacts. Hi guys, it's Quinn. If you appreciate my content, make sure you actually get to see when my videos are posted by clicking the like button to please what is clearly a super artificial intelligence masquerading as YouTube's web video sorting algorithm. Today we will be discussing what is without a doubt the most influential science fiction book saga of all time, Asimov's Foundation, and of course the associated works. Nowadays, science fiction is known for its giant space empires with interconnecting was published in Frankenstein. Mary Shelley had anxieties about his times. He was worried about the disastrous effect that British imperialism would have on the Aboriginal Tasmanians of what is now called Australia. The first example which Asimov began presenting to us in 1942. In the book Foundation's Edge, the penultimate book in the series, 20,000 years have passed since the start of interstellar travel. There are 7 books in the Foundation series, 4 books in the Galactic Empire series, and a total of 37 short stories and books in the Robot series. All of them interconnect as a part of the same ultra-big, millennia-spanning, fictional science fiction universe, making Asimov's works the premier example of an epic sci-fi space saga. Everything of this type since then has borrowed from his work. The interstellar political intrigue presented in Asimov's work has been imitated in just about every work involving galactic civilization. In fact, it can be argued that Asimov invented an entire genre of science fiction. The Dune saga, Star Wars, the Culture series, the Hyperion Cantos, and endless others all follow in the footsteps of Asimov. Asimov's Galactic Empire, just like pretty much every other one ever created, borrows many elements from the real-life ancient empire of Rome. Asimov intentionally modeled his empire on Rome because he wanted to depict the fall of a great society, but on a galactic scale, containing 25 million worlds. Frank Herbert directly lifted this idea for his Dune saga. Edward Gibbon's book, The History of the Decline and Fall of Rome, which was published in 6 volumes, was a huge influence on Asimov and Herbert. The work covered the period of the Roman Empire after Marcus Aurelius from 180 AD to... They called it Ash and the Harbinger. It had come to Earth on a trading ship immediately before the war
and told everyone that a colossal alien entity was about to reshape the planet. The Castigar crew that had brought it were as ignorant to its meaning as the humans of Earth. What would happen later would be as much a harsh revelation to the Castigar as to humans. Ash told people that the end was nigh, and although almost nobody believed